Good morning. Oh, wow. This has been a regular rodeo around here today. So, anyway, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It is my live, real time virtual trading journal. And I'll be the first to say, I don't know what the hell is going on. I hope everything's working. Yeah, I'll get into it later, but so this is, first of all, welcome. This is all my times on the charts that I refer to are Central Standard Time. It's not for trade advice or financial advice. I'm not funded or monetized in any way, so, your likes and subs are super. Drop something in the chat. That's great, too. That's actually really great. The idea of this stream is that I start every morning at 8 o'clock, every trading day at 8 o'clock, and stream continuously until 1500 in the afternoon. The reason for that is complete transparency and accountability. You'll also notice that I share my monitors rather than just the application, so you can see any programs that I have open at the bottom here. Also the clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. Now, I'm a little bit on my back foot here this morning because I had a big drama overnight, or through the night. Look at our overnight session here. Wow. I didn't get this... I didn't get Blue Boy in here. This is my marker for the RTH session. And here is here's the overnight, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll get my marker there. My book map and everything was down all night. So there, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So let's see now. Where the hell am I? Who's on deck? I don't know. Let's get going with the numbers and get on to the next whiskey bar here. This is my investing.com, which is my oldest news go-to. It's free. You can pay for it if you want to and get, rid of the ads. I don't even notice them. I like this one because it has a nice, clean presentation, easy to snap, post somewhere, whatever. You can filter it to whatever you need. You can look at today, tomorrow, this week, next week. And also, I would point out that we are now in earnings season again. So here's the earnings season for Wednesday. Here are the earnings calls and stuff for Wednesday today. It's the financials so far. The little sun over here means that they report before the market open, and the little half moon is after the close, in case that wasn't obvious. And, on we go. It's just magic. Here's our economic calendar. Very little to say today because we're still in the, the children in D.C. are still busy throwing their toys out of the cot, whatever else. I think I can tell you who I would lay off if it was me. I'd start by getting rid of about 450 people that sit on the House of Representatives. I think that'd be a hell of a good start. Just clean out the White House and the Capitol building and start over. I think we might be better off. You never know. The next order of business here, which you can see I'm just getting up to speed with everything, is financial juice. This is a newer feed for me, and it has got the similar function here of the calendar, which I don't really like the presentation of very well for screen snappable stuff. Just my eyes, whatever. But it does have a nice feature in that it has a bit of a squawk box up to the minute kind of thing over here. Again, this is not this is free version, and they run this ad here about every, I don't know. It pops up every time you scroll back and forth. This thing shows up. I don't care. Here's one of the this is how they denote some sort of a important or critical thing. Also, if it's like a major tweet or a news release or something, there'll be a red line across the top here with similar to this, only it's across the whole top of the screen. And you see that we don't really have, we've got the earnings reports. We don't really have much else going on today, right? Okay. That's the news. Let's get on to the pre-market. Thank goodness it's working now. I didn't have Bookmap or IRT all night, so I'm kind of, as I said, I'm on my back foot a bit. IRT, investor.com. Investor RT. Jesus. This is the MES Renko chart, MNQ Renko chart, and this is my higher time frame. This is an RTH session only, and these are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw this volume profile around them. That generates the high and low volume nodes, which are denoted by these red and green lines. And those levels push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. This is the market profile chart. Ooh, this black volume profile over here denotes the the volume profile for all of the data that I pull across, and that is it goes back to December 14th, 2021. Could do more, but why, right? I also track and plot the the micros, but the exact same setup, but you know, there you go. Well, we're a little bit higher on volume today, I think. This is just kind of my boomer's best guess over here. We're 0.71% change, so they're trying to take back these radical moves. Now, if you look down here at the high time frame chart of the micro composite, you see this little white nub right here? This is the current price. So we're above yesterday. Going to be another freaking gap up, apparently. And let's look at the volume before I get all carried away and mad here. And yeah, 139% positive volume. Above average for this time of day. And there's the ATR. Let's move on to the world famous Bookmap, which is right over here. And what do you suppose the context of the overnight is? Well, there's the open, and there we are. Pretty, not a lot of question there, is there? POC, POC, POC. Wow. Okay. This is the dome. I would trust everybody knows that. It's the order book or the dome. This is resting liquidity, and there are the prices. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually. And this, by the way, has been revisited. So I changed the text to black. That's my workflow kind of here. And then the weekend or nights or whatever, you son of a bitch. Sorry. I remove everything. There we go. I change the text to black, and that tells me that the level has been revisited. Well, I'm not doing too good today. My eyes are not firing on all cylinders. I'm really tired. So I'm very conscious of that, and I'm very aware of being on tilt and conscious of my state, because it's really important to trading. So that there's the POC, there's all these other things. Is that correct? 92, 90, 67, 90? No. So the MCVPOC, this was on the 1st of October. We have traded over that, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not going to change these levels here. I'm pretty sure that this has been traded over, and so I'm going to change it to black, but not remove it. And I apologize. I normally do all this kind of, homeworky stuff during my homework period. Well, that's a coincidence, isn't it? So let's get on to the high volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap, and they're here. The full session volume profile. Excuse me. Wow. This started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my notes column, which is real important to me, and we'll get on to that in a second. And these are the session prices pushed from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. There are no indicators on my Bookmap or my Investor IRT. None. Now, if you want to be technical and call me a liar for the VWAPs, yes, that is a calculated line. That is the volume-weighted average price, and there's one for the Globex session, and there's one for the RTH session. There's a POC for the full session, which is kind of this muted yellow, and there's a POC for the RTH session. And I'm going to mark that price while I haven't done that, because I've just gotten this back up here a little bit ago. The way I do these, but you can watch this whole workflow. This was whatever it was yesterday. That was 141025. So that's the naked volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction. That's where we closed. That was the location of the POC when we closed the RTH session yesterday. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And, well, miraculously, there's the close. Isn't that cute? POC, nothing magical. First, let me say there's nothing mysterious, magical, hard to understand. You don't have to wear a pointy wizard hat or have a magic wand to do any of the things, the trading that I do. It's all data, logical, period. And, statistical and probabilities. That's the important part. So there's a POC. Nothing more complicated than the price, just a marker for the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So at 26 handle, the most contracts have traded so far in the overnight, and that's 3,102 contracts right there. The minute one of these prices is 3,103, this yellow line is going to move there. That is exactly all there is to it. Same goes for the RTH, obviously. There are a couple other lines that are a little bit mysterious to some people, and I don't see one of them right now. Let's look here. The initial balance, there were the IB high and the IB low. It's an old acronym for the market profile days for initial balance. What those really represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, and that is exactly all they are. Okay, let's look at this notes column, which is real important. The first thing I do now is change the title of the column to the open type that I expect, and the open type is determined by only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, at this price, how would that compare to the previous close? Well, it's higher, isn't it? And how does that compare to the previous range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, so we're out of range. So what would this title be? Higher out of range. And the first thing I do is change it. What does that mean? That means we're going to have a freaking gap up, doesn't it? It does. Trust me. And so what I'm going to do then, because I always figure gaps against range, I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to go, before I forget about it, I'm going to go like this. gap low, 14.1025. There we go. All right. And when we open, that will be the marker of the gap high. And if it trades back down below the previous high, then I'll complain a lot and have to redo my values. The next order of business after we have established the open type for the day, or what we expect, that dictates which of the 4 open type statistics columns I use for these levels with their associated price. How do I do that? Well, the first thing you got to do is clear the damn notes from yesterday. Boop. All right. Now, let's look at the statistics and how those go. And that's done from this IRT column or study. Here was yesterday. IRT very graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. We're expecting to open higher out of range. So we've gone from a gap low to a gap high. Excuse me. The way the study works is, like everything I do, very simple, logical, data, statistics, or probabilities driven. This study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 512 days. That's 25.5%. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 414 times, 80.9%. Overnight volume point of control. Bam, and that's all there is to it. And then simply step down the list. The next is the overnight high, 76.2. Excuse me. And that's hiding right under here because there's levels on top of one another, huh? There's something's going on. I get shit zooming around here all over the place. Okay. And then we have the previous high, which is 66.2. Boy, that fell off pretty hard. Now, I'll scream and moan like I always do when they suddenly go down here and get below the previous high because all the levels I put in need to be changed. But, you know, that's just welcome to my world. That's the magic of trading. The overnight mid is 65.2, and that is right, I'm guessing there. Yeah, so 65. Hey, Panda, how are you, baby girl? What am I doing here? No, that didn't work like I had it planned. There we go. Hey, Panda, what's up? Antonio's not here yet. No, I'm sorry. She likes to meow at Antonio in Portugal every morning. She has to say good morning. The IB high, that's what I was looking for. Okay, the IB high statistic is 64.6, you see? Just going down the list. IB high, 64.6. So we go to the IB high and we go 64.6. And now this is important. Why do I put those initials there? Because we remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. Just the marker of the high and low for the first 1 hour of this trading session, the RTH upcoming session. So the minute we open, this flag and level and line are going to jump to the top of wherever we are. And this is going to be sitting out all by itself, and I won't remember what the hell that price was for. Yes, stand by, Panda. Okay, that is, wow, I'm having a breakdown here. Where am I now? I wanted to get to something, the previous close, there we go, 48. So that's something I was interested in. And I'm going to kind of let this simmer, not worry about so much about the value area high and the previous lows, and get on with the next order of business here, which is the TLab snap. And you will probably, and rightfully so, ask yourself, what in the hell is that? Well, I will tell you, it is a snap that or a screen thing that I do every day at 8. I do 2 of them actually. One at around 6-ish in the morning. Panda, come on, baby. She wants to go out and lead me all around the house. Okay, one is one I do at 6 with the numbers, and the other one I do every day at 8:20, and that is this view, and it's to give the folks over in the TLab kind of a glimpse of all the numbers that they may find valuable through the day. And what is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, and still led by him, actually. And he's a professional trader, 46 years experience, reportedly. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. He's never going to publish his account, and I'm pretty sure you're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or a gold chain. But I believe he's the real deal. And I guess even if he's not, what he has to say aligns with what I think. And one of the most important things that I liked about it originally, nothing's for sale. Ever. You're never solicited for anything like here. Like this stream now. It's not it's a Discord room, right? So it's not a stream. It's a chat, and there's a whole bunch of people posting crap and whatever else. And a lot of it's noise, like every Discord place. But I feel a sense of obligation and loyalty to make those 2 posts every day, and I've done so for years. So there you go. That's the TLab. Now something that's pretty important before we open. Panda, you're going to have to just chill out, baby girl. I know you're so excited for combing or some goddamn thing. I don't know what. What we need to do now is be able to trade with Bookmap, don't we? So what do? We activate the trade control panel. In order to do that, you select the way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Very important. If you use chart, select chart. The only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. And I bet you can figure out what both means, eh? Now this is going to be fun. I haven't done this yet since I got everything fixed. So the first thing here that I do every day is the multi-brackets. This is where the risk neutral methodology is applied, or comes in, or something. The mechanical bit of it. And this is the smallest risk neutral package you can use. And it's 2 lots because there needs to be an even number of contracts. Right there. Next, you determine your stop size for the package. And the most important criteria that you must start with is your account risk tolerance or parameters. You know, you have to be sure that you look at volatility, the instrument. I am trading the ES here, but who the hell knows? You may be trading the snake, right? If you're trading NASDAQ, this wouldn't get you very far. NASDAQ moves 12 ticks before it thinks about it, you know? And that you have to think about it from the point of view that the most important goal of any trader is to be able to trade tomorrow. What do I mean by that? Account preservation. You can have the most fantastic setup in the world, backtest it till the cows come home, blow up your account today, and guess what's going to happen tomorrow? You're going to have a dumb look on your face, right? So you have to start with account preservation and go from there. Once this has been established, this account size and stop size, the first take profit target is automatic because it is for half of the package and it is for the same number of ticks or points, however you go about it, positively as the stop is negative, is a loss, is a win. And then you have the runner. You can have multiple accounts. You can have, multiple contracts, more than just two, It just has to be even, and you can change for volatility. So that's that's where we are right there. And now, now we're ready to trade. And one thing I will point out also is you see all the parameters up here. They are the same as here. And I don't need any of these extra tools in the trade control panel because I have multi-brackets enabled. So what I can do is verify the account package size, or the not the account, but the package size. And then I can click the button again. It stays green or active. The padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back on my screen. All my metrics are here, and I get cancel and close. Boom, all set and ready to go. Now we're ready to rock, I think. Yeah. Ready to rock. What is going on here now? Do that. Well, I'm taking some real strain with my eyes. I got to do something about that. All right. So, one thing I'll say about the trading here, or the setup, you can also trade with your keyboard hotkeys if you enable them and set them up, which I had done for years, but now I'm trying to convert to the mouse because I think it's faster and more accurate with Bookmap. However, if you're going to use your hotkeys, the focus of the computer must be on the application. And that's a function of any OS operating system. In other words, if I've clicked on something over on IRT and then I look at Bookmap and want to enter a trade and hit the keyboard, nothing's going to happen. So there's that. And we're going to open here in a minute and a half. Let's see what the hell happens. This is going to be a big surprise for me too. I had to get a whole new setup of rhythmic and everything over the course of the night. So this is a big, this is all new. This is a big new adventure here, boys and girls. Wow, it's only 20 degrees here in sunny Houston, 20C, which is about 67F for you Fers out there. Remember, one thing I may or may not have pointed out on the stream, I stream in 1440p high def, so if it's not crystal clear on your side, you can hit the gear button there in YouTube and select high definition. The reason I stream to YouTube is a couple there for, to further the accountability and the transparency, number one, and it's permanent. And number two, I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy because I have only stand-up desks here and we're open. Okay. I have only stand-up desks here, so I am not, after standing up from about 6 in the morning till 2100, say I'm ready not to. Now, a couple of things here in my old workflows are adding these VPOC migration flags are not nearly as necessary as they once were in my workflow, because previously I kept a 5-minute spacing on the timeline. So these POCs, they plot faithfully, but pretty soon they're going to scroll off the left of the screen, and I would not be able to see where my POC had been. My new idea, and I like it a lot, except I don't know why this has just dropped away. Now I've got an issue with Rhythmic over here. Son of a bitch. Sorry. I don't know what's going on now. That's not good. I don't like reconnecting. Son of a gun. Anyway, the point is that I now put this blue line at the starting tick of every session, which I can do now, I guess. And I keep that blue line, that blue vertical line in view at all times. And why didn't that work? And what that does is it's just a visual cue, and for some reason that won't happen. I don't know what's going on. Well, this is not working like I had it planned, but you know, I tried. What can I tell you? I don't know. We're not connected anywhere here. So I'm going to shift over to, oh yeah, it's reconnected. Data's reconnected there. Why isn't Bookmap? That's just a data latency spike. This is not good. I can promise you that's not correct price action for the open. Son of a gun. The fact that this is, you see this little heartbeat going on here, that means that IRT is getting rhythmic data, supposedly. Well, let's, this is just great. One thing that I do is always change my charting to day session, and that gives me the ability to, that ties together the, some of the session prices here. And this is my ES. Yeah, I beat the hell out of me. I had to reconfigure a whole new Bookmap, or not Bookmap, but Rhythmic configuration last night and early this morning, and Bookmap is definitely not connected. So beats the hell right out of me. It's connected. Well, Rhythmic says it's connected. And I don't know what to say now. This is bullshit, that's for sure. I guess what I'm going to do is shut Rhythmic off and restart it and see if that does something. God damn, this is irritating. Sorry for the delay or for the drama here, but you know, I don't know what else to say. I'm going to get a pop-up now over on IRT that there's no data, and that's normal. I'm going to actually stop the data. And now I'm going to try to restart Rhythmic. And I had Rhythmic on a admin thing. Maybe that's got something to do with it. Let's just see what happens here. Well, there you go. I was connecting to Rhythmic via as administrator because that was the way I understood to, what is this crap over here? That was the way what is that? That's nothing. Remove this drawing, okay. In so doing, I am able to, I don't know what any of that is. This is not good here, boys and girls. Anyway, if you connect to Rhythmic as administrator, you can enable this Rhythmic to update your system clock every 2 minutes. And I was doing that to try to get as close a sync as I could to the market for session start and those things. Now I'm going to make every effort to put in my vertical blue line here at 8:30. That's the session start. Now as I said before, this is the vertical line. There's just a visual cue, and this is crap right here. Now I've got to start my IRT. This is so much fun. This is a good example. This is a really good example, though, how much we depend on. You know, I had Rhythmic fell over last night, and my world suddenly was over. My business was closed. That's a real bad dependency on any one system. You know, I go through a lot of drama with having backup accounts and being able to close trades and all this stuff on IRT or whatever else, or Jigsaw, and Bookmap is doing something different. But if I'm getting one data feed from one place, and that's where those trades are going, you are definitely data dependent, and that's a bad thing to be. Now we'll see how long it takes this to catch up. It's importing the data now, then it's going to be, the levels will be pushed. We'll see if that aligns here pretty quick. Okay. This is really sucks. I apologize, but hey, we're getting there. I don't know what else to do. I had to work through the night to get this Bookmap story straightened out. And, you know, it's not Bookmap, I'm sorry, Rhythmic and Bookmap and whoever didn't have any idea exactly what was going on either. So that didn't make me all warm and fuzzy. Let's look at these. This is the full session so far, volume profile, or POC. I'm going to flag these and continue to do so. Here we go up here. I think that's where that one went. I hope, I don't know. Well, so what have we done? Well, the overnight volume point of control shifted up here at some point while the data took a dump, I guess. Let me just see how that ties up with the statistics. Now, conveniently, IRT has flagged that this is the correct one, and it's 80.9. And so let's go over here to 80.9, and let's move it up where it belongs, which is there. That shifted before or just before the open. You see how this VPOC shifted around over here? Wow, what a giant pain in the you know what. Let's see if everything else is okay. And let's do something else. Let's save the workstation. There we go. Okay. Wow. What are you doing in here? Well. So there's our IB high. That's correct. Our IB low is correct. And they're plotting right along. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is so much fun, isn't it? And yeah, we opened gap rules. Here's the low. And there's somewhere's the open, buried under here somewhere. The open is right under the mid. So we did open gap up, but not by a hell of a lot. And I think I'm right. Nope. Now, a couple of things to think about here, or that it's worth mentioning. Kind of out of sequence, but you need to really be aware of your health, your rest, your hydration. The most important tool you have in your trading office is on your side of the monitor. Huh? You interpret all these signals and things, make these decisions, and you have to be very vigilant and aware if you're firing on all 8 cylinders or, 2.5 or whatever it is. A case like this is a perfect example. Now, I battled late into the night and got a lack of sleep. Still having some drama here with Bookmap first thing this morning with with Rhythmic. So what am I going to do? I'm going to be real cautious and aware that everything is chugging along smoothly, and that I am, settled down and thinking clearly. That's real important. We have gap rules, which I just figured out. And the gap rules are pretty simple. And we continue to gap and go too, by the way. Gap rules are real simple. It says that if we open in a gap, and if we close that gap relatively early in the session and are accepted back in value, good probability will trade across the value area. If we open in a gap, don't close it relatively early in the session, and do what we're apparently doing now, which is a gap and go, then, look out. We have a high probability of moving in that direction. Again, this blue line is just a vertical marker, or is just a visual cue for me. And look at this noise here. Okay. In this yeah, fingers crossed. Just kind of sitting here wondering why at this point. So I've updated, I've converted my charting to RTH session only so that the value area levels and developing will smooth that, align properly. High volume, very high volume so far. Again, still continuing some more, however you want to look at it. Here's our open. Here's today's session. Here's yesterday, day before, and let's put 1,000,000% tariff on China. Okay, and down we come. This is the world famous hiccup right here, and I don't know why it hasn't backfilled, frankly. It's supposed to do that. But I'm going to leave it alone because it seems to be aligning with the proper levels from IRT, which does definitely backfill. I may need to get rid of the SPX here. Yeah. There's our gap fill right there. We have not done so yet, but, be mindful of that. I don't know how to get this damn thing. You used to be able to, it's supposed to backfill automatically with DTN IQ feed, but I'm going to leave well enough alone here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of a deal. Got a calendar reminder. I was so upside down about this BS yesterday night, I forgot to do something really important. That's a pisser. I guess it's a good lesson here. You get lulled to sleep real easy with this stuff all working, and it's real complicated, and the interactions are more complicated, and don't take anything for granted. You know, I have all kinds of, it's the same thing with my earlier comments about you being the most important tool you have. We spend all of our time worrying about monitors and data connections and UPS backups and all this kind of stuff. And yet we don't think about, we are the ones that are interpreting all the data and making the trades. If you're, you know, went out and got hammered last night and got in a fight with your significant other, when you got back and you think you're going to stand here and trade, well, you're full of crap. You're not. You're on tilt. You know, that's important. I don't know about anybody else, I spend a lot, you know, I've got UPS, I've got different data feeds, I've got a lot of different stuff, I mean, internet connections, all that kind of backup crap, and a whole bunch of monitors here, a four monitor rack in front of me with these big trading screens, and then two others above from another computer and all that stuff. And the whole frickin' thing depends on one data connection through Rhythmic. That falls over, the whole shooting match is just, you might as well be watching cartoons. That's not good. I have to think about that. I don't know what to do. Once you've got a trade in, you know, I don't know. But you see the point, right? You get the point. So what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to have any unidentified risks today, but let's take a look at that. Now that things are kind of coming to smoothing out a little bit. This is the reporting, the filtering. There's no real news, you know, today. The Empire State's already out. It was okay. Quite a bit okay, actually. The beige book is coming out at 1,300. That used to be a market mover. Financial juice is where we can see the unrealized or more or less unrecognized critical risk. And what do I mean by that? Well, any of these people who are so busy talking all the time or tweeting all the time, Bassett, you know, he's been going for a while now. And this is complete horseshit. Yeah, it's true. It could be paid by the export country. It's not paid by the export country. The country's not paying the tariff. The tariff is a tax charged at our shore in America. It must be paid before the importer can remove the merchandise from customs. Now, the export country is in no way going to pay that. The exporting company may discount or share with the importer, or the importer may absorb it. But it is really and truly, at the end of the day, if you think logically, it is a tax on the American people. It's a tax on everything we buy that's imported. And if anybody thinks in their wildest dreams that America is going to roll back to the old days when we were a big, you know, blue-collar country and manufacture all this stuff, that is just a fantasy. Where the world has evolved is that America is the technology planning, designing leader, and the countries like China, who have a lot of very skilled people and manufacturing processes, take those designs and that technology that we develop and do the manufacturing. Think of it like it's a big company or factory now. What do you suppose an iPhone would cost if you're suddenly paying American workers, you know, $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever the hell they get paid here a month? The iPhone, instead of being $1,000, would be $10,000. Boop, the economy falls over. That's the reality of it. But back to my point. Anytime we have a unrecognized critical risk, the perfect example was last Friday. And I'm not making a political statement here at all. What I'm doing is I'm talking about reality, about tariffs, the truth, not fake news or fake narrative, but the truth. And as a business person, you want to identify any risk that can damage your business. And you make a mitigation plan for that. If you cannot recognize or have no idea about that risk, that is an unidentified critical risk. Go look at last Friday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Trump tweeted something on his private social media without any backup evidence or corroborating reporting from responsible news agencies or statements from any other countries. And solely on that tweet, the market sold off 227 handles. That's an unrealized critical risk. You should be very careful of your trading. Only expose your account to market risk for A-plus setups. Definitely always have a bracket orders in the market with stops and targets. Just my point of view. And look at us go. Oh boy, aren't we excited? Oh boy, let's go up, let's go up. To the moon, Alice, to the moon. We've almost gotten back to the drop level at on Friday. Now we've got some people today. We've got Bassett talking, or Bassett, or whatever you pronounce, the Treasury guy, trying to put a spin on it, one way or the other. And Stephen Mirren is going to be talking in a little bit. So there you go. And I'm busy wondering what's going to fall over next over here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full, huh? My eyes are like crap. Okay. Well, seems like everything's putting along okay, so, I'm holding my breath. The IB low, the IB high, we did not close the gap by, a couple of handles. And we're going the other way. Oh, I forgot to do this one. I had forgotten to change the market profile from the full session, the RTH session only. Not that anybody cares, but I do. And for the sake of the stream, or for the accuracy of the stream. Okay, 9 o'clock. The first bracket is in. The A bracket is printed on market profile days, if you know where that's at. Be right back. What are we doing here? I don't want to have that. Well, fingers crossed. Looks like we're still holding on here. I haven't gone around to any of the other places. Let me just do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Air quality alert. Well, what's new? No, I don't want to do that. I hate it when Mr. Mouse gets busy across all the screen. Let's get this down to where I normally try to keep it here if I can. Pretty wide, huh? What I try to do here is have 1 point high on the price ladder and then keep Blue Boy over here in view, regardless of what that does to the time frame. Right now we're at a 5-minute chart. That's how, 5-minute timeline. That's how I used to be fixated on the 5 minute. And therefore I use these VPOCs to flag the motion, the VPOC migration, because they would scroll off the left of the screen. They plot continually, but they would scroll off the left of the screen. Now I also keep a similar idea over here on my IRT, and the developing VPOC is the yellow line, and I try to keep all the colors consistent so I don't get confused, and I confuse easy, so there you are. What's going on now? Boy, look at them go, huh? Gap and go. Isn't it cute? Irrational exuberance. based on nothing. So, yeah, I'm trying to get myself organized here with everything, make sure it's all ticking along. It appears to be to me. Stream wise and charts wise and every other kind of wise here. No. Now I am only, if you've been around here at all, I'm vetting the IB trades, which means that's what I'm anticipating. I will, when the IB trades become a thing, I will zoom in and watch for price action. But until then, I keep the entire session in view, or a firm. So I stay firmly rooted in the context. However, if you're trading something else and you've got a vetted trade, which is mean reversion, well, there you go. What a pleasure. Huh? And it's pretty typical that we would have responsive selling to take some profit after that overnight exuberance. And now we continue to plow ahead based on I don't know what. Look at them go. And a point or two away from that gap fill, and no thank you. No way, Jose. We're going north. We are going north with a vengeance. So far, we're only into the market 39 minutes. And we've got a 20, basically, no, 40 handle range. Wow. Okay. So let me just go over my current trade vetting situation. I believe in order to approach trading as a business of probabilities, you've got to vet the trades, which is to collect a statistically significant data set of a setup and determine if it has an edge, okay? So the trades I'm working on are the initial balance trades. They are based on the initial balance statistic, which is an old, well-known market profile-ism. And it says that, first of all, remember the definition of the initial balance. It is the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there is no initial balance trade possible or statistic available or active until 9:30. It's 9:10. Okay? And I'll talk about that in a minute. But the statistic says that, and I'll show you here, in this open type, or in any of the 4 open types, there is a 97.7% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. 97.7% of the time, 501 days out of 513. 12 days out of 500 days, we did not take the statistic. When we opened higher out of range, looking back over a data set of 2,000 trading days. That's the statistic. So the next thing is the 2 initial balance trades. And they are an IB continuation trade where we come zooming up here. Remember, this is not a thing yet, a statistic, but let's assume that it is. We come up here and take it out, test back, and keep going. Well, that would be suggested by a directional context. And boy, do we have one of those today. The other trade, suggested by a balanced or mean reversion type of rotational or balanced profile or session, is the IB failure, where we come up to the IB or down to the IB low, whichever, can't get any place and turn around and mean revert. The IB failure is just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the IB statistic. Those are the 2 trades that I'm vetting. And I am doing that here. This is a visual representation, not being mechanically connected at all to my trading system. But these levels are custom indicators that I've built so that I can have a visual cue, or visual idea. Come on, where's one of them? Trying to get over here to the signals for you. There you go. And these are an accurate representation of the trade signal markers, so that I can see, is this doing what I think what I intended to do, where I intended to do it? You understand? Now, in the trade system, this is all completely non-discretionary. There is a rule for each and every step. And by the nature of IRT, you have to plot rules for short and long. Unlike bookmaps, multi-brackets where you put in a stop and you put in targets, and then it's smart enough to know if you went short or long. Not the case here, because this is the backtesting. I use this only for backtesting, not trading. And this is how I vet a trade. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do that. And then we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. Okay. You see that there are no levels yet. There's basically 4 levels. This is a continuation zone above the IB high, pullback zone below the IB high and the 2 trigger zones. Same difference down here on the IB low. That's all there is to it. There's 2 trades. There's a continuation or a failure trade for the IB high and same for the IB low. So there's just 4 possibilities depending on where we're trading. Right now we're on the IB highs, right? So you'll notice that there's nothing plotting here because it's not 930. We don't have a statistic. We don't have any zones because they are based on the IB statistic, which is not set until 930. So I will now make this a little bigger so that we can watch for these things to start to occur. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, thumbs up, subscribe. If you don't want to do any of those, just send money. That's also, acceptable. In reality, the subs and the likes are what all I get out of YouTube, other than it's my, the real reason I stream it, as I said earlier, is I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty freaking handy because these streams are 7 hours long. And I certainly don't expect anybody to watch the whole damn thing, and I don't. That's why I'm so vigilant about the timestamps and the chapters, because I want to go back and see what happened right there. Did I miss and this happened just the other day. I missed a fantastic signal for an IB continuation trade because my eyes didn't work right. I had the font too small on the signals, and what I've done now is I have the rules offset from the bar where the rule fires, and I have the font larger. The trigger is an arrow right at the bottom or the top of the bar, because last week I missed a signal and it went IB continuation for a gazillion points. Pretty frustrating because I'm patient and I'm fixated. I do not make stuff up on the fly. I am, fortunately, I have the facility to be, or boringly, I have the facility to be disciplined, because that's how I approach business and stuff. Now we have the IB. You notice that the RTH IB or POC is more, is a brighter yellow than the full session, and I will continue to plop these on here just because it's, just because I'm anal or whatever, OCD. But you'll see exactly why I started doing these. Now these have scrolled off, the POCs have scrolled off the left of the screen, so where were they before? I don't know. That's where Blue Boy comes in. Now we can see the session start and all of the context so far. There's our data was missing. There is our responsive selling to take some profit. And here we go. And here we go. Just trying to make sure I got everybody in shape here. Something that I definitely didn't do last night, and I may try to catch up today during the session or not, is this expected move levels. The weekly should be correct, but the daily expected move, I need to update those every night at when the ETH opens, and when I closed our book map down and then reopened it for the ETH, that's when it fell over. So that's when Rhythmic fell over. So, And that whole story is pretty disappointing and pretty important, so I'll probably share that at some point here, because it's a big warning for anybody. So let's see, we're good to go. We've got the bracket, both. We're set up for multi-brackets. Yeah, baby. And there we are. I'm real curious to have a trade fire and take it to see how this whole shooting match works. Sometimes there's no way to test it except just get in it and go. Much as I hate to say that, but you know what I mean. Okay. Oh. And we're approaching the world famous 9:30, at which point what will happen? The IB statistic will become active. Now I'm going to put something that's pretty important, I think. Let me just say that I have in advance, I guess you could say, I'm trying to keep the chapters kind of in line. I have copied an old one and I use those every day until this plugin for OBS is fixed. Been my week. Remember, the IB statistic does not set until 9:30. So it's not a thing until 9:30. Fortunately, in this kind of an environment, we have a pretty open session, right? As far as levels are concerned. Because I have what I used to have a hard, fast rule in my trade plan called the range requirement. And what that says essentially is that if all things are equal and validate an entry, all the other rules that I have, the final rule is that there must be the range requirement, which is an unobstructed path for price from my entry to my first risk neutral scale. In other words, if I was going to enter right here, right now, for some particular reason, that's at 63. Is there any line, any obstacle, any price level between 63 and 66, which would be the first risk neutral scale? And the answer is no. So that's good. You notice how the levels are more spread out. Down here, not so much, right? Because we're moving up. We start trading down, there's no place where we have the range requirement. 22, 20, 24, 22, you see? Now, that is not such a rigid rule anymore in my trade plan because I would spend days standing here. I still do in some cases, but it got to be a little restrictive, I think, but it's always a concern for me. And now we're getting ready for 5 minutes to the IB statistic. And I'll say something right now before we get there. That's pretty important, I believe. And I'm going to go with 20, whatever we're doing here, 25. Sorry, I'm trying to do all this. It's real important that you allow the statistic to be set. For instance, there's no statistic until 9:30. If price goes zooming up through here, the IB level will go with it. After 9:30, it will not move. But if we're trading right here, right now, it's past 9:30. You go, ooh, we're above the VPOC, we're above the VWAP, we're above the this, we're above the that. I'm going to go long because I just know we're going to take out this IB high. Big, big mistake. Quite frequently this happens. So if you got long down here, imagine this is after 9:30, you think we're going to definitely take that out. We go up there and pull back here and you're stopped. It is not a trade. The IB continuation or the IB failure are not valid until the statistic has been achieved. So the short answer is, my advice, do not trade to the statistic. Wait for it to be set. And I have plenty of data to show that that's a bad idea. Now, 2 minutes, we're going to have a live statistic. The high will no longer go up and the low will no longer go down. IB, high or low. At that point, we do have an active statistic, which we do not have yet. And we don't have our levels yet because it's not 9:30. I'm going to try to do this and hopefully this will be all right. Now, let me just rephrase what I just said. Let me be sure you understand. We do have an IB plotting with our session prices. But this is not a statistic yet, and therefore we don't have the pullback zones and all those lines and triggers, lines and signal markers. I want this opened up like this so I can have a good view of what's going on. Make sure that this chart is plotting at all times. That's real important, and I forget it half the time. Okay, there we are. Man, I can't believe I forgot that thing I had to do last night. That's irritating as hell. OCD is a beautiful thing. So smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? What do you think? Who's on third? Whatever. That'd be great. I'm only in it for the likes and subs as far as YouTube's concerned, and my personal ability to review the stream and further the transparency and the accountability. All of this, internet connection and mixers and SMB7 Shure microphones and all that stuff is straight out of my pocket to try to further my trading. All an investment in my trading business, but it would be now. If you're, a YouTube person and you want to decide I'm a nice guy and give me, a handful of thousands of dollars every month, that'd be pretty cool. I'd take that. I'm not so sure that's probably going to be the way it goes, but you never know. Must be great, huh? To just do this like I do every day, 7 hours every day, and get paid for it. I mean, pretty cool. I kind of doubt if this stream would be monetized until you have to have 1,000 subs, I think, is how that works, if I'm not mistaken. And one thing I did notice about a guy who I used to listen to when we were living in Kuala Lumpur, before I started doing all of this, I was trading, but I wasn't doing any of this part. You got to be real active trading. And he made a comment one time that it seemed like more people were in the stream or somehow they knew about it when he was in a big drawdown. Now, whether that's true or not, I have no clue. And we are in, what happened while I was thinking and talking? We are in the IB statistic is live. Now, that IB high will no longer go up. The IB low will no longer go down. And you notice that we're plotting the IB continuation zone and the pullback zones. And if we go over to my confirmation chart, well, looky there. Continuation zone, pullback zones, trigger, and vice versa. So now we watch for triggers, for the rules, and then the triggers. This is fun, huh? It is for me, anyway. Okay, here you go. You see, here's a classic example of my warning earlier, or my caution earlier about trading toward the statistic. VPOC migration up. We're above the VWAP. We're above the mid. We're above everything you can imagine. There's the IB high. We've just got to take out that IB high. We got right up to it over here. You got long. Now you got stopped. I don't know how to express that any clearer. Okay, and having said that, if you have a system to collect the data, a statistically significant data set, which means more samples than would be expected in random distribution, and find out that, the VPOC migration or, trading to the statistic has a positive expectancy for you, trade the hell out of it. This is not a my way or the highway scenario or, place. So whatever works. And I will be the first to say that if I had a real simple, some mindless charting package that has one screen and it's a 5-minute candlestick and no volume, no lines, no anything, and I have some way figured out that I can take a trade or two a day and be profitable, what a pleasure, huh? What a pleasure not to have all of this expense and overhead and all of this stuff. But I don't have that. I don't know of anybody that really does have that. And you see a lot of YouTube people. This is a pretty important thing to say. Usually I get to it later down the road, but I'm going to say it now. Oh, 934. Wait. Oh, 937, huh? Win rate is completely useless, taken by itself. And that's what you see in spades on the internet, YouTube, Twitter, whatever. I got a 99% win rate. Well, yeah, so what? You can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades. It is the risk reward or the R value or the expectancy or however you want to phrase it, that makes the difference. If you risk 50 points to make 1 point, just think about how long it's going to take you to go broke. Win rate is just clickbait bullshit. That's like a girl with, well, never mind. So be real careful of that one. And I am. Now, win rate has a place as part of the formula for expectancy. And that's important. Very definitely so. And I'll talk about my whole methodology about backtesting and trading as a statistical business, not just a video game or gambling. And that's part and parcel of it. But, by itself, it's just clickbait BS by people who are only after you to make money off YouTube, and they more than likely can't trade their way out of a wet paper sack. And that can happen on all levels. I'll never forget I knew secondhand friend that knew Murad Askar and, traded with him, who's FT71. And they had lunch or something. Somehow or another, they knew, forgot his name now. Huh. Anyway, the candlestick guy, Steve Nissen, the guy that wrote Japanese Candlesticks, the book, and brought candlesticks essentially to the American trading back in the late 90s. I had the book somewhere. I started trading in 99, by the way. Anyway, Steve Nissen wrote a good book, accurately describes all the candlestick charts and all that stuff. That guy couldn't trade his way out of a wet paper sack if his life depended on it. Candlesticks or not. That's why, the old adage, those who can do and those who can't teach. That's really something important to think about. And I hope it's, clear that this is my trading journal and that I'm talking to myself here. The only way I can get what I was thinking into the stream and the recording is by my narration. Here's how well that anticipatory trade towards the statistic is working out. Not so good. Let's look at where we are now. We have no A signal. We have not taken an IB statistic. It's 9:30 because we're plotting our levels. And if anybody, incidentally, if anybody uses IRT and would like, I'll be happy to share the chart definition for this or the trading rules or any of that. I don't have any problem with that at all. Also, well, that's not so cool. Also, the session prices, I share those with a lot of people, and I'm happy to. This is export from IRT, and I am happy to share the source, for these. I start plotting and pushing them at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And this same data drives the session prices. Now, if you don't have Bookmap, this is just a cloud note column. If you don't have Bookmap, it comes from Google. I push it up to Google, so it comes down out of Google with CSV or comma delimited, whatever the hell it is, file. And you can use it in Excel or whatever other program you like. CSV, I guess it is. But you see just why it's not a good idea to trade to that statistic. Now, we have not taken out the statistic. And look at all this crap down here, speaking of range requirement. Also, it's important to remember that in this open type, the statistic for the initial balance is 97.7%. That means that 2.3% of the days of 2,000 days overall, and 500 or whatever it was days where we opened higher and out of range, we did not take either the IB high or the IB low. And interestingly, I couldn't remember when that happened the last time, but about 2 weeks ago on a Friday, maybe 3, that's exactly what happened. We stayed within the IB the entire session and closed it out. So that was pretty interesting. Okay, so let's see now. By golly. I'm anxious for a signal and a trade because I want to see what the hell's going to happen with this new setup I've got here with Rhythmic and Bookmap and blah, blah, blah. At some point today when I feel like it, I will talk about what the hell actually happened. Huh. Well, that's screwed up. I don't know what's up with that. Sometimes IRT and I don't get along that well either. This. What is going on there? Huh. Okay, always something, eh? I'm going to do a test chat over here just to see what the hell's going to make sure everything's working everywhere. There we go. Well, that was pretty quick. not such a big delay. I'm guessing about 15 seconds. What I was going to say was, first of all, make sure that it worked. And second of all, be sure you're aware that there is a delay built into YouTube, which I don't have any control over that I've figured out. Maybe I can, but personally, I don't. I would just as soon have it be, real time, but there is a delay. So there's that. Right now, from the time I typed that till it appeared on, I monitor the stream on one of my upper two monitors on this particular rack, which is driven by another computer I have here. And here we are, fluffing about in the middle, eh? No random risk precipitants expected, which is the whole premise of random critical risk. You don't know. You don't know what you don't know, right? So, and again, it's nothing political. It's a fact that didn't used to happen. And it's exactly the same concept as the reports. We know as traders that that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, typically when the government is not shut down and the kids are all, acting like juvenile delinquents, that we're going to have the non-farm payroll, and that's going to be a huge market mover. We can plan on that. We can mitigate our risk for that if you have some sort of a strategy that works for that and that you've verified over a statistical data set works for that number. Good for you. What I do is stand by and watch it. But I know what's coming. In the case of the critical unrealized risk, for lack of a better acronym or a way to say it, you don't know. Friday, who the hell knew at 9:59 and 59 seconds that Trump was going to tweet that at 10 o'clock and the market was going to sell off 227 handles? Nobody. Well, probably a select few of people did know that, and I'm sure that it's been proven and identified more than once that there are several folks who have advanced knowledge of those things and profit from them. They rather cavalier in their use of that information. And I'm only jealous. I wish the hell I knew he was going to do that. I'd had a short set up, and I'd be, taking a nap. but I didn't. So, but that's a whole other, that's a whole other thing. And once again, I'm not saying anything political or trying to. What I'm trying to point out is the mechanics of our trading. Risk is the most important thing that you have to deal with and control or manage or whatever, however you want to look at it. Okay. Are we rich yet? I guess not. I'm so excited. I wanted to make a trade here, damn it. Damn it, Janet. I should start having a poll if anybody picks up on any of these old references I make frequently. Probably not. If you're in earshot of this, drop something in the chat so I know that it's getting out there. I guess I could monitor. I don't have any speakers in my office here, so if I want to monitor the chat audio or the music that's being pushed, I have to go. I put my headset on. I spent a long time streaming with that headset on. That's a nice, comfortable Logitech G Pro, whatever. But before I got the mic and the mixer and everything, and it's real uncomfortable after, imagine standing here from basically 6 a.m. until at least until the market closes, the session, cash closes at 1500. That's about 8 hours or more. It gets kind of old wearing that headset for me anyway. I much prefer this. So think of all the boys and girls there that got so excited about this VPOC migration and the proximity of the initial balance statistic. And now what happened? We all know that there's a VPOC migration setup here that I've talked about ad nauseum and joke with Antonio or whatever, but this is a classic example of it. That's the setup. Where's the criteria? Where's the trigger? And anything else? It was probably the least profitable. I've not done the specific setup and test of it, backtesting, but just keeping track of my trading records in my old journal back in the day. Yeah, this would happen frequently. If you go long here at the signal, you're stopped out here. If you go long when it retests to the signal, did you get scaled? Let's see, 71 to maybe. You might have gotten scaled right there. If not, you very definitely got stopped. I don't know. It's one thing to be, to hear someone or to read something typed in a chat room that says structured trade or, it's another to have someone actually show the structured trade and the data that supports that. That's kind of one of the problems I've had with several different places, with other different places and people, is that I believe what you're saying, but I'd like to see the data that validates that. And the answer is usually, well, you've got to vet these yourself. And that's true. But my point is, well, then if you're not going to share that data or the evidence of it, then stop saying it's a vetted trade. Because I can say anything's a vetted. I can say I'm 6'9", a black basketball player too. But until I show you a picture of myself, you better not believe that. Okay. Here we go. Kokomo Joe. And of course, as anxious as I am to try out this, fire off a trade, I am certainly not going to do that just for the hell of it. I did anticipate, if everything wasn't, working smoothly as it apparently is now, that I was going to queue up a micro and see what the hell happened with the trade, just to make sure the functionality is all together. But it looks so today, so we'll see what happens with a regular trade when and if it presents. Hmm. Oh, now here we go. What are we doing here? Who said what? Somebody said something, I guess. And it's, I suppose I'm becoming jaded, but we're just like Friday, the minute I saw that movement, the first move, just like this right here, the first thing I think is that who said what? And I go looking for the news. Isn't that weird? That's too bad, isn't it? That is the unexpected or unplanned critical risk, potential critical risk in action. Now let me just talk briefly about what I'm waiting for here. the A signal, because this is an IB trade, initial balance. So what needs to be the first signal? The initial balance statistic. There's the high and there's the low. So the first thing that needs to happen is for the A signal, or the, for lack of a better way to name them, that has to be achieved. And then we can go to B, the second signal, which would be either a continuation or a pullback zone. And then the third trigger is that we trade back up to the trigger zone, or down here, same thing down here. At that point, we take on a trade. Now, something that I have definitely come to realize or believe, understand, whatever is important here, is that what is the context? Boom. In my opinion, the context is up. Wish I'd have gotten these expected moves in there correctly, but I didn't. Just because I'm trying to see if that actually has some meaning or relevance or not. Options people make a big deal out of it. So let's get over here to Blue Boy. There he is. Oh, devil's hiding back there. Open. Responsive selling. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Responsive selling. Responsive selling, and here we go. Now you notice the levels just disappeared. That's because that price level indicator, which gets its data from my RT, exactly the same data at exactly the same time as these levels, got, its knickers in a knot for whatever reason. And now they're back. It's only the update, the data is accurate and pushed from here and here without fail. IRT is always my gold standard for data. For functionality. I know that data is pushed from here. And I have the facility, of course, of being able to just stand here. I see both screens at the same time. I see both monitors, right? So I can tell exactly what's going on. But if it gets its knickers in a knot or it misses the update, then, you get that goofy thing about CSV file, and there you go. And we have not taken the IB statistic, and we've not done anything else. I have no trade. I have no signal. I have nothing to do. Nobody's on third. I get a, oh wait, I have fresh mint here, making fresh mint tea. Ooh, I'm going to be so healthy. Oh, crap. Come on. I wanted to make a trade here. Let's go. I like that. My initial thinking lately about this signals, and it's actually become more of a discretionary, judgment call on when I have a signal, and I'm going to take it manually like this when I'm using my chart. I'm not taking counter trend trades. and or counter suggested trades by the session profile. And you can get tripped up with that because at some point in time, we may turn rotational, right? The tanker may turn. But I'm trying to be real vigilant about not trading counter trend with these IB trades. Now, again, looping back to if you have statistics that validate a mean reversion trade, well, what a pleasure, huh? Except you don't have far to go if you're thinking about that range requirement. You didn't have far to go down here, and you don't have far to go up here to the POC, which is the mean. That's the whole idea of mean reversion, is outside in, outside in. And if you're looking at it just over here, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? Well, I've got outside in. That wasn't in. In was down here at that time. So, yeah. Keep the big picture in mind and keep rooted in your process. And that's the key, I believe. And what now, you ask? Well, frickin' nothing. We are exactly smack dab in no man's land. Is the tanker going to turn? Is the tanker turning? Have we tested up as far as we're going to go, and then we're going to turn around and go the other way? Maybe. Hard to tell, huh? That was just some rotation, and then off we went. And now here we come back to the VPOC or VWAP or whatever the hell it is. And there are two. There's brighter, more, whatever you call it, violet. One is the RTH session, and the darker one here is the Globex. And this little dotted boy right here is the mid. And I try to keep those colors consistent over here. There's the mid, and there's the RTH, and there's the VWAP, the Globex. These two are pretty much the same color because I'm just not going to mess around with it. I don't, There comes a point when I know what the hell's going on. It's like the signals on my backtesting chart. There aren't any to show, so I'm not going to bother at this point. But I'm not going to bother coding up so that they only fire sequentially. The rules work that way accurately as they must. But for a chart that I'm just using as a visual reference, I know I've got to have an A before I have a B. And I know that I have to have an A and a B before I have a trigger. So, again, I've got that AI on this side of the monitor. I guess that would be HI on this side of the monitor. I think I like that HI. I'm trading with HI. Hey, Panda. Yeah, it's boring in here, too. Nobody said that trading was a fun-filled extravaganza of adrenaline, If your trading is that way, I think you're probably approaching trading the wrong way. Myself. Trading is basically, boring. And that's the way, that's if you're doing it right, because you've got specific signals that you've vetted. And when that presents itself, you take the trade. If it doesn't, you don't. Boom, end of the story. You can always pet the panda, can't you? You can always pet that big panda. That big panda kitty. What's on my leg? What's up on my grandpa's leg? Yeah. What? What are you doing? There we go. We're gonna pet that panda. They're going to mess around and get this damn thing rotational here for too pretty quick. Somebody said something there. I suppose, let me guess, Mirren's talking or somebody. Let's have a look, shall we? No, not yet. That guy talked somewhere around here. Where the hell did he go? Oh, here we go. 8:30. So he's probably done. That's great. This is the guy who is an employee of the White House. It kind of seems strange. And he's also, if you want to read something kind of eye-opening, Google the Mar-a-Lago Accord. He wrote that. Yeah. So they're still busy calling each other's names and calling each other names and blaming each other, you know? Wow. Jesus Christ. The amazing thing about this bunch of kids back there that really irritate the hell out of me is of course they never impose any of the things on themselves that they impose on everybody else. They get free health care for life. They get their salary as a pension for life. You don't see any of them having their pay cut or not receiving their pay when the government shut down. Of course not. It's, talk about boy, if I could figure out a way to get elected, I'd do it in a blink of an eye. Because once you are, then you don't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life, pretty much. It's phenomenal. And, that's without all the perks. I mean, all the inside info and all that stuff. That Marjorie Taylor Greene went into Congress with a net worth of like $500,000 or something to do with, I guess, a house in Georgia or wherever she's from. And after her first term, working only as a representative, supposedly, because I think that's the oath. Her net worth was a couple of $3 million. Now, how the hell did that happen, do you suppose? you sit on the House Ways and Means Committee or some House committee and you know about a decision and you trade on that. And of course, again, back to my original statement, they exempt themselves from insider trading. It is so phony. It's just amazing. And so hypocritical, you know, I mean. And both sides of the aisle, I think, are the same. I don't think there's a hell of a lot of difference. I think that the new mega are quite a bit more can't think of the right word exactly, and they're a lot more virulent and venal about all this stuff than at least I knew about from other administrations. You know, remember when Jack, whatever his name was investigating whether there was some impropriety or some rules about Trump's taking secret documents to Mar-a-Lago, which were found and photographed in the shower in Mar-a-Lago, and they are not supposed to be taken out. Well, you know, it seemed like a slam dunk to me, but anyway. And the big hue and cry went up about, they are weaponizing the DOJ and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, 2 weeks ago, by stupidity, I guess, Trump accidentally tweets out a text that he's going to send to the Attorney General that he wants, you know, that he wants to have Comey indicted and prosecuted. And then the prosecutor from New York who prosecuted the case against the Trump and his business group for fraud. These are all public record things. You can go look for yourself. It seems like a real hypocrisy, you know, to me. Pretty weird. I can safely say I never thought I would see this happen to my country. I was born and raised here. Didn't live here most of my adult life, but still, you know. Look at us go. Aren't we having fun? Now we're below the VWAP and the mid. Now what? Are we going to take the IB low? Ooh. You know, thou shalt not trade to the statistic. There's one for you. That's like the 11th. That's like the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not diddle in the middle. That's the classic around the POC. Well, it suspiciously seems the tanker is turning here. And there's a, part of that gap rules, which are, again, make sure I'm not missing something stupid here, 21. Oh yeah, I gotta change those things. If they close the gap relatively early in the session, big caveat there, relatively early. Okay, we've been not quite 2 hours yet out of a handful. Would not surprise me at all if we do take it out, if we do close the gap. Yeah, to be honest. Let's fire up some music here. I think it's probably about time. I got to explore this somehow. When on the weekends I'm busy doing stuff, and there's a lot of things in this. The music source that I finally ended up having to get or buy or pay for or whatever you want to call it is Epidemic Sound. Because YouTube is real fastidious and prickly about copyright, royalty free. Yeah, I can understand. There's probably 1 gazillion hungry lawyers lurking in the bushes, wanting to jump on that. So I tried a few things that you find on YouTube that says, great trading music or study music or whatever, royalty free, all this lo-fi stuff. Bullshit. Use it on the background of a stream or as a test on the weekend, and they all have strikes. So the only one I was able to nail down that seemed to be really royalty and copyright free is the paid service of Epidemic Sound. So they got 1 million playlists. I just use a couple because that's the extent of my focus. And like I said, I don't even have speakers in here. So, if the music is loud or weird or something else, drop something in the chat because I'm not listening to it. And what do we have in the random risk zoo over here? Well, Trump is tapping $6.5 billion for troop pay this week. Johnson says he's going to try to find a way to pay the police. You know what would be really cool? Pick your toys up and get back to your job. How ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it's just so bizarre, in my opinion. But hey, I'm sure of one thing. Nobody cares what my opinion is. Except me. And here we are. Here's that Here is the initial balance. Here's the chart with the initial balance rules and triggers. And you see where we are. Nowhere, baby. I'm disappointed. I want to take a trade. I'm about half tempted to jump over here and set up a bracket on the MES and throw a trade on just to see if the damn thing works. You know, that's one thing about the MES is I hope everybody in earshot knows that the ES is $12.50 per tick USD. The MES or the micro is $1.25 per USD tick USD. So you can, you know, monkey around or play with and test if you need to. That's what I was thinking about doing, but we'll see. Okay. Excuse me. Just damn near back to the open. Yeah, by golly, we're going to get down there now. What are we doing now? Ooh. What are we doing? Let's see here. Well, if you want to believe the old-fashioned market profile isms, they would say that, well, we're revisiting this string of singles here from Friday, and we're repairing the profile. That's a Jim Dalton quote. We're repairing this profile. Maybe so. Notice where we traded to, right to the bottom of here. This was that giant, oh shit, here we go. And then, and we've yet to get up here. So they're going to fix it. I mean, and I am not saying that I believe that, but it is kind of coincidental a lot of the time. There's also some other market profilisms that may or may not be interesting. A B-shaped profile, like right here, right, baby small b, is indicative of long liquidation. Whereas a P-shaped profile suggests short covering. Now stop and think about that. Short covering, long liquidation, short covering, long liquidation, short covering, and then, oh God, everybody out the window. And here we go. Somebody said something. Let's get back to the case in hand. Someone said something right there, my guess. And we continue to go down, and here's our open. Right back where we started. Will we close the gap? Well, we got a pretty big buying tail up here, and we got a spinning top or a doji or a, bloated goose or whatever you call it, candlestick wise. And I don't know the answer to any of those questions. I mean, I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying I do know that those market profilisms exist and learned them at once upon a time. How valid they are or whatever, that's a different story. Seem to bear out though. Seem to me. They seem to be. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired of that. But it is what it is. I noticed that when that happens is when Dropbox, which is where I store these before they're pushed to Google, is indexing. And I suppose that's the problem. But I don't freak out, and I see the levels again, so, Well, we're aiming for that IB low. Are you ready for that? Isn't that funny? And who's saying what here now? Shall we make a guess that somebody said something? Let's check. Let's look at our world famous news. And I don't see anything that wasn't here a minute ago. So I guess not. Who's talking? Nobody. Where are we? 10:30. Nobody's speaking. This guy's done. That's good. Trump's not, at least here, not. There's no tweets going on that I'm seeing. So good. Maybe it's just, market action. That is the that's the nature of the beast. But there goes the open. Here we approach the IB low. And the gap close. There's the gap. There's the IB low. Now, let's get over here and see what Mr. Backtest Boy's got to say for himself. Okay, here's the IB low. We're setting up for the statistic here, boys and girls. And what does that mean? Well, that means we may get an A signal. Then we need a B, and then we need a trigger. And then we hope for the best. Notice we're getting these triggers here. Meaningless. There's an A. And it is set because we've closed the candle. We now have an A signal. So we need a B or, we need a B. And in my opinion, and this may be skewed, let me just say at the outset here, my initial something or another, for whatever reason, is short. I don't think I have a negative personality, but my rational mind says that I have noticed over the years that they go up the stairs and jump out the window down. So, and that could be just exactly BS and bus tickets. You never know. But here we are. There's our A signal. Once we get a close in here, this is the continuation zone for the IB continuation south short, and that's what is suggested by the A down there. Need the B signal and then the trigger. Will we get it? Who the hell knows? Some fellas in the static, Rod and Harry and those guys, MR and Garrett, they watch closely the V reversals like this. Do I need to do something with my freaking thing over here? No, I don't think so. Okay, so we have the statistic. We have the back test triggers, not yet. I'm going to put that in there. What time are we? 02. Let's put it in there to about 39. All right. So we don't have a B yet. Close, but no cigar. What I was trying to say here was that there is a this V reversal that Rod and company look for. This looks to me like a pullback to get on short myself. And we're going to have a V here. We're going to have a B trigger in a minute. And then we need a B signal. and then we need a trigger. At which point I will zoom over here to Bookmap and, assuming we continue in this direction, go short. So what do I need to do now besides look for my signal? I need to confirm that I'm ready to go. Trading on both. 2 lot. I already know it's a risk neutral thing, so yeah, checklist is done.
Hey, the IB
Back to the story. There's the B. Now, that B is not locked in. That's not a firm signal until we get that close. You see how the close needs to be within the signal, within the zone. The close is below it. Now we're going to get a close. Now we'll get a B again. Now we won't. Now we will. Now we won't. Let's hope that the candle closes and we move off of it. And there we did. So we have a B signal. Now we need our A trigger. We need our short trigger. And what I can do is I can anticipate that by putting a resting order up here. And I think I will, actually. Let me think about this a minute now. I'm going to put a resting order right there. And we'll see what happens. Because that's where the trigger zone that's the trigger zone.
Order submitted.
And I'm trying to be as mechanical as the back test. We didn't get into the trigger zone yet. And as a result, this is just hanging out there in space. I'm real curious to have this fire and see what the hell happened. And we got a cell up here. It's holding on for 2. Well, that's pretty cool. And it's gonna leave without us. Perhaps. We've closed the gap, mind you. So we can change this to, we can change this style. My workflow is to change the text to black once a level has been satisfied, or whatever, revisited, whatever you call it. That way I know. Yeah, and it's going to leave without us. At this point now, you need to start thinking about, okay, or I need to start thinking about. This is a continuation of the trade management thinking. How far do I let it run before it comes back to my level? My target, right? Do I let it get clear down past our wherever we are and think that maybe we're gonna reverse like we did at the top over here? Don't know. I think I'm gonna stick with this mechanically. Just because I want to know what the hell's going to happen with this new rhythmic setup and whatnot else. And let's look over here now. There's our A. There's our B. We don't have the trigger. Are we getting a 3-bar reversal kind of thing? I don't know. And here's something that's interesting. You see that we have our trade plotted out here, and our resting order is all set up over there. Kind of cute, huh? Don't know if we'll get brought into the trade or not. And I always start to, now here's a couple of things that you need to think about. Perhaps it's important. And this is your monkey mind. What is that? Well, we have been evolving for an awful long time, and a lot of the things that have been passed down to us through evolution and, you know, or selective adaptation or breeding or whatever you want to say, is built into our wiring. FOMO, fear, the desire to be right for, you know, we want to have validation that we made the right decision, that kind of thing. That's baked into us, and you're never going to get rid of it. It's never going to go away. You're never going to be able to eliminate it. What I think needs to happen, and what I try to strive to do, is to recognize it immediately and not act on it. What is this bunch of crap going on down here? Look at that. And not act on it. Another thing that's really important to remember is you don't get more intelligent when you get in a trade. Boy, a lot of people, you know, don't put a trade on until it meets your criteria and your pre-planned strategy, and be damn sure you realize that you're not going to suddenly get more intelligent after that trade is on. Here I'm having kind of a problem. This is some real strange price action, in my opinion, down here at the bottom. And I'm wondering the validity of this resting order. That doesn't look particularly, that doesn't look like a very good idea to me. And I was talking about it earlier. At what point do I think, well, price action has gone too far now and this entry is not really valid? Think about all the stops that are living down here at this point. All the people on both sides, all the people that are trying to pick the bottom, and all of this trade that's happening. I'm trying to figure out what to do with that. Now that we have all these levels here, none of them meet the range requirement. But these levels here, here, and here are my pullback zone, or my continuation zone. So the only level I have is the value area high from before and the previous high, I'm sorry. And now it went on without us. And so I don't think that the IB continuation trade may be valid anymore. Sucks, doesn't it? But I stuck to the rules, and that's what I'm going to do. I believe that I will now cancel or close or whatever that resting order because of the wonderful things it does. I think we're going to continue the sell-off here. I'm going to take screen snaps of everything like I always do. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? But hey, trading. And this is where, back to my monkey mind thing, this is where FOMO really bites you in the ass. Boy, don't you want to be involved in that trade now? Don't you want to be short? Ooh, that's where chasing and all that's FOMO rears its ugly head. And yeah, wouldn't I love to be short? Absolutely. Wouldn't I love to have had this come up and take me out in? And now I'm sitting here and I'm fat, dumb, and happy, and I've gone from, let's notice this level. This is 22. Let's call it 23. And this is 2. 21 handles. So I'm going to do two things. Now, you've got to be, let me point out, you need to be very careful if you selected both, because any misstep you make in this click or whatever you make over here in this data column, you're in a trade whether you want it to be or not. So I think I can cancel the trade over here, but I can tell you what I'm going to do is go up here and go cancel open orders. I think all I need to do is cancel this with a right click, but I'm going to opt for right there. So there we go. And now what? Yep, no, worked on IRT, worked everywhere. Great. You see it's been canceled over here, and it's been canceled over here. I love it when a plan comes together. God, I'm so disappointed. I would have really liked to have gotten that short. I mean, for a lot of various reasons. But it didn't meet and has not yet met the rules. At this point, and this is a part of the system I haven't figured out yet. Do I continue to wait for the trigger and then go short? Or do I wait for another set of rules? This is where the backtesting comes in, and why it is so important to do that with some sort of a computerized system that you can do it fast. So you can do what if stuff to optimize. Okay, so here now is this. My situation here is a good example of why you need to have a few trades vetted in your arsenal. Clearly, right here in the stream, the IB trade is not fired. But had I pre-vetted something else, mean reversion, for example, maybe I would be, already happy. The reason I chose the IB trades to vet them initially was because there are two, which gives you an opportunity for a mean reversion trade or the rotational context, and one for directional context. I'm pretty gun shy about getting short up here, to be honest with you. Not that it has presented a signal yet, but you know what I mean. If price comes back up to within the trigger zone, right in the trigger zone, it will fire an A, B trigger or the short. It hasn't done so. It may never do so, but I need to think about, does that seem like a valid thing to do after we've run, 20 plus points past it? Have we gotten down to an excess here where there's nothing left below us? I don't know. I'm just throwing these out there. Remember, this is my virtual journal, and the only way I get what I'm thinking into the stream is to narrate it. I don't know. What to think? My analytical vetting, mind says take the rules and live by the statistics. My monkey mind says, ooh, it's went way too far. You don't have statistics on that kind of I have no statistics that says if price runs X amount of points past the trigger, it's invalid. You know what I mean? That's Professor Hyde at work there. So my thinking in this situation is to look at the higher time frame, which is always a good idea, I think. And what do we have for higher time frame? Well, there's Friday. Thank you so much. Now we gapped up. Are we moving up to retrace this low and get back to the levels we were? Is this a rational exuberance around we're going to go up forever? Here's our open. There's that. Here's this. I will be the first to say I don't know what to think, frankly. We have excess of a couple of ticks at the top, not as much as market profile says you need a minimum of 2. It looks like 1 TPO to me. We have a string of signals down here and to an excess. I'm just throwing out things crap I've gathered up, rationalizations I've gathered up along the way. Now remember, this expected move was not updated yesterday. Pretty funny though, isn't it? Boy, I don't know what to think. Not that I have to think about anything, because it is not trading up to my trigger. So, I don't really have anything to worry about at this point. But should price come up here to the trigger area, I need to think about what I would do. Put the trade on, put the resting order in, let it run up and come back down, because that's what would likely happen after this big blow off. I really and truly don't know. And don't forget, we did this, and then we did that, and then we did this. And now are we going to do that? You know? Oh, sorry. This and this and this and this. Yeah. I don't know what to think, to be honest with you. We do not have a trigger, but we do definitely have A and B. This is something I need to think about. It just let me think out loud here. The way these lines, I know these levels because I built the indicators, okay? If I take the trigger and right and short exactly at the IB low, that first level is 3 points from the IB. That's the stop. That's 5 points from the IB. And but those are above these swing back, these pullbacks. We're not here yet. And the trigger will fire the minute it gets within 1 point either side of the IB. But I'm very aware of asymmetrical trade location, which is asymmetrical trade location. You want to have an entry. You want your entry positions for two things. Number one, here's the signal short, right? You want your entry positioned so that you absolutely know where you're wrong. And you want to, in my thinking, I want my entry position so that my stop is not in the middle of a bunch of traffic. Well, where do you know you're wrong? If it's above here, if it's above there, you're wrong. Well, that's outside my stop range. Now I've had a trigger over here, which puts me way below the IB for an entry and into this area here. So I'm really, I'm conflicted. And watch, of course, I didn't take the trade on the signal, and I would now be very successfully scaled. So that's where you need to do it mechanically. That was the bar. Should have taken my resting order and we scaled it on the short. And I'm not. Because I'm, overthinking it, I guess. Or something. And if you want to think about this in real basic terms, this is a 3-bar reversal. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I guess I just thought myself right out of that one. I should have been ready for an entry market right there. And there you go. Had I had my entry at the original location, I would still be not in the trade. I don't know what to think. Chat. And you see why I think it's so important to use specific, well-defined coded rules. Discretion can be so sloppy when you're looking, depending on how granular or the lack of it your view is. Now we had a full session VWAP migration south. And remember that all we need to do is get 6690 down here somewhere, and this POC is going to migrate, no problem. Lickety split. And looking at this granularity on this chart, I'm thinking, wow, what a dummy, why aren't I short here? And that's exactly right. That is exactly to the tick, the trigger. Now I can tell you something that's itching in the back of my mind, and that's the fact that we've reversed. And here's higher lows and higher highs. Just like we had lower lows and lower highs. That is by definition a trend or a reversal, right? Really need to figure this. I really need to think about it. Now we're coming back to trigger time again. The trigger zone. Double bottom, all of the crap that you think about so frequently. What is this now? This is something going on. There's a trigger short again. Well, let's put this. Let's put our entry there and see what the hell happens. And there, oh, you gotta be kidding me, huh? Well, there we go. Now we're in a short from here, and there's our T1. And our T2 and our stop. And I'm going to blow this out to the deal. So let's see what I got going on over here. That's 03. And we got the T1 already, and the thing worked as it's supposed to work, so I'm getting all busy trying to do some typing around here and not getting anywhere. All right, so there's our T1. Now I've got to get that one in there. And that's at 310.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And yeah, what's happening now, boys and girls? Well, what was that all about? Oh, okay. I'm a gun shy here. So we are scaled, risk neutral. And there we have it. There's our entry. We're short one. Everything is working pretty much according to plan here. Let me do some, well, take this. Now I'm not seeing the trade over here on IRT, which is kind of weird. I should have my bracket orders and stuff over here. We did have the order. Don't know why I'm not seeing that, but okay. Should have our entry and then our stops, our scales and stuff over here. And what are we doing here? We're doing nothing fun, are we? Let me see if I've got my... Yeah, be right there. I'm in a trade now. Trade viewer. Something wrong with this thing, I think. Get rid of that. I don't want any extracurricular baggage going on over here. So let's get back to the point at hand. So there is a classic example of A, B, and C. And there's the entry. I wish it was marked here. That would be really great, but it isn't. I can do that, of course, but yeah. Back to bookmap. Now that I'm in a trade, I don't need to be so fixated on Blue Boy, and I can widen out and see where we are. And here we come for, if we can get through this, or if we can bring, what do we got to do here? 62.45, and I think it was 66 and change. We got to get down here for a VPOC migration. Yesterday, the break-even line and the stops and stuff weren't working, but they're working just jim dandy today, so that's good. Now, you see how these lines, these obstacles, figure in? Got to that VPOC and bounced quicker than you can say don't. And here's where you put on your helmet and you know, take some deep breath, stand back, relax, let your monkey mind go play with bananas or whatever he does when you're not looking. I need to put this mid, got a little bit skewed off there. Now here is my T2 target, and that's relatively okay. It's above, no, it's below the mid. The overnight mid was a little bit dicey. We're seeming to have some problem getting under this POC. And they're not actively looking to pull it down, it doesn't look like. We could be scratched, and we could get somewhere. That is trading. I would be pretty pleased if it would go down to the target. That'd be kind of rewarding.
taken.
Kind of consolidating down to a I don't know what here. We need to have that VPOC migration fall down there on the RTH POC. Not because I particularly care, but it does two things. Remember the definition of the POC. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. What does that mean? Well, it's kind of like retail, you know, or it's the price where most traders thought, yeah, okay, I'll trade here. So and this goes back to the market profile days and you know, value is overlapping and lower and all that stuff. It's that is bringing value, or the generally understood price to trade that's a reasonable target to trade is okay. Now here we're getting pretty close to I hate these edges like this, but we're getting pretty close to the T2. What could I do? I could trail up, but that would eliminate this trade from my vetting setup, because you can't change any of the parameters, which I've probably gone over ad nauseum. There we go. Now they got the VPOC migration down there and everybody's going, oh boy. What does that mean? Who the hell knows? I don't. Well, one thing I do know is a lot of people look at that. A lot of retail guys look at that. Look at that. Talking like a lazy guy here. And we might go up and take the stop, and we got a double bottom thingy down here at whatever this is. This is probably the developing value area low. Yes, it is. And there's no excess below that, so I would be pretty surprised if we don't take my T2. Here we are with the, oops, they're not showing over here either. I'm gonna have to make sure I've got those set up properly. Okay. Well, there you have it. And I have no monkey mind going on here, and were I not vetting this trade, I could pull my stop way up to this swing, you know, and be looking at, I don't know, well, right, if I closed it off right now, I'd have 45 ticks. So, you know, there you go. I don't like the megaphone idea there. I don't like the higher highs, higher lows, and lower highs. That's not a good thing. And what are we doing now? 11:20. Is somebody talking? Is somebody doing something? Who the hell knows? I'd really miss the old days, you know, where you had numbers and you had our Treasury Secretary saying, if Bank of Japan follows proper monetary policy, then the yen will find its own level. we have a lot of experts now in the room. And maybe some of them don't have a reason to be that, you know. We may not get anywhere. We may stop. Look at here. We haven't gotten through this a couple of times. Disappointingly. Well, so here we are, boys and girls. Just, you know, got the helmet on and just watching. Now I'll point out once again that after you've scaled and you're risk neutral, there's all kinds of different things you can do in terms of trade management after you've vetted the setup. You can trail your stop up to break even where you got out. You could trail up behind a swing high, down to the swing high, down to the swing high, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things you can do, but in my case, I'm vetting this trade. At this point, psychologically, I'm relying on the POC, which is the price at which the most contracts have traded and where people like to trade back and forth. And look at this thing here. Wouldn't you think we're gonna get down here and look around? We only got to get a little further down here and I'd be happy.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
You guys are going the wrong way. What the hell's the deal there? I'll leave for a minute. And what do? You break everything. Well, we've got a couple of double bottoms down there, and they don't seem to be able to get past it. So it's likely we'll take a scratch. I mean, you know. I'm pretty sure I remember why this thing is not showing that. Not sure how the hell to set it up, to be honest with you. Pretty sure I remember why. Something happened. Oh, yep, there we go, scratch. So there we took the scratch, right? There you are. Okay, now I can go eat. That's how it works. Everything as planned, and now we're probably going to turn around and go zooming the other way. Let me see here. What is this? Oh, I don't want it. What the hell's going on? Why did that crash? Oh, IRT crashed because of the, I guess. Because of the, I tried to do that trade thing. Oh, I didn't, that's pretty weird. I didn't save the goddamn thing. Well, now I'm in a trade. I'm out of the trade by a couple of ticks, and IRT fell over on its head. So now I have to try to bring that back to life. God damn. Okay. Let's see now. Two FB9 and okay. And then the password, well, that's pretty weird that that didn't. Yeah, and remember the damn thing this time. And we're starting over, I guess. Oh, yes, magical fun. What happened? Oh, now we're going to go down and take my T2. You see how amazing it can be? Let me just point something really dangerous. And I have a thing for it. Okay, and what time is it? It's 3:31. There is a really huge problem to be really aware of and careful of when you make an error and it works out in your favor. For example, had I moved my stop away from where it was supposed to be, and say over the top of this swing eye, I would not have been stopped, and I'd still be in this trade. That is a huge problem because your mind will remember all the times you moved your stop away from entry that worked out. In this case, it would have been this one. But it will absolutely forget all the times that instead of losing 3 points, you lost 6. That's human nature. And you need to be really careful of that. And that's absolutely the truth. Well, shucks. Okay, I'm all right with that. I took a trade, everything worked, all the plotting has worked out properly. I don't know if I took the snap or not, but I will. Oh, hold on, I gotta do something else over here. I gotta go up. I've gotta go over here and there. And now I can do this and that. There you go. That's how I do the snaps for something. That's how I do the snaps for my journaling and recording and whatever else. Apart from this one. Well, there you go. That's pretty disappointing, but hey, and I'm sure I'll bet money. I'll bet somebody 50 cents that we trade right down through this target. Did you know? How would anybody know that was going to happen? They wouldn't. Is it disappointing? Yeah. Did I do everything else exactly right? Yep. Now here's one. Had I entered right here, it wouldn't have been right. Okay, anyway, that's trading, and I'm sure we're going to stand here and watch it go to the target. Watch it go to this target right now. Or not. And now I'm going to go out there and get my breakfast before I get in big trouble from the boss. Oh, good. I'm so happy that everything worked. That's great. Proper plotting, trading, the accounting. Oh, yep, scratch. That's correct. Okay, cool. Get this crap to the tick, baby. To the flippin' tick. Isn't that frustrating? Thank you very much. Ooh, thanks. How frustrating is that, huh? Oh, yeah. I tell ya, trading tries your patience. But let me reiterate, the worst thing you can possibly do is break your rules, move your stop away from your entry, if that's a rule, and have it work out as it just would have done now and gotten me 60 ticks instead of 0. Okay, the next thing that I need to do is be ready for the next signal. However, there's the stop, and there's been no signal since, so I'm okay. Oh, wrong view, sorry. There's there's where the stop hit, or the scratch, and now there has been no signal yet. Close was there, but no cigar. Something happened up here. There used to be something there. There's a quote page up. Oh yeah. Well, No triggers yet. No additional triggers. And there won't be for a while. And yeah, there you go. There is trading in a nutshell. By how many points is that? 26. 1 point. Exactly 1 point right there. So if my entry would have been 1 point higher, is it right? Is that right? 23 half, 24 half. Wow, that would have been, talk about splitting hairs. If my entry would have been exactly at the IB low, I would have been taken out by 1 tick. And now they're heading south. Of course they are. When the train left the station, it had 2 lights on behind. That's my, there you go. There you go. maddening sometimes, eh? Now, obviously, I'm not chasing it or FOMOing it or any of that. I am pissed at it, but you know, there you go. Well, everything's working okay. That's good. And you know, the lines are plotting properly and all that folderol. Man, I tell you, if it ain't one thing, it's another. Obviously, there are so many variables on the theme. Once you get 3 points past your scale or whatever, you trail it, you move to break even. There's a million things to do, a million ways to manage your trade. But you want to keep always at the front of your mind that you've got your risk reward ratio or your R ratio is skewed in your favor by at least 2 to 1, in my opinion. Pretty damn disappointed now, I'll tell you. I'm not disappointed in my execution or following my rules, but the outcome sucks. pretty much. And now it's important. Now look at them go. Son of a gun. It's important to realize now, or to recognize, this is one outcome in the data set, of which there will be many. And in fact, there are a large proportion of the trades backtesting over 500 days that scratch. So that's important. That doesn't minimize the pissed off factor, but, but you know, it helps a little bit. The key is listen to Tom Sosnoff, listen to Ed Thorpe, Paul Tudor Jones, anybody. The key is maximize the number of occurrences. Tom Sosnoff's mantra at Tasty Trade, at Thinkorswim, and then at Tasty Trade, trade small and trade often. The idea is the more occurrences you have, your edge materializes, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest favorably whatever your edge is or your expectancy is, to manifest that to your bottom line. Well, I'm pretty happy that I was able to get everything else back in business. Everything worked okay. I took my trade with my signals and, got a scratch. Okay. Obviously recognizing that the goal of trading is not to scratch. The goal of trading is to get your target. Minimize the amount of time that you put your account at risk in the market and maximize the return on that risk. There we go. Somebody said something. Well, apparently this Mirren is still talking. I didn't think so. I thought he was over at 8:30, but apparently not. Another one of the folks who like the sound of their own voice, I guess. This is complete crap. They just, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to think. That guy is dangerous. Soup. Big time. Very dangerous, in my opinion. Just about as dangerous as this damn chart. Look at there. Huh? Isn't that annoying? And I can assure you my answer would be yes. So what I'm going to do now is finish my fresh salmon, my rice, and my aubergine brunch or whatever you call it. And then I'm going out for my midday 4-mile jaunt. That's a new thing. I guess somebody let them know that they hadn't got quite enough shares bought at the lows down there to dump it again. You know, it's ridiculous, but I'm to the point of thinking that's how it works. That's how they're doing it. Oh, look at them take it down. I guess they don't agree with what somebody said. All right, boys and girls, it's the 12 to 1 hour. I talk about this stat every day. And it says the following: if we are in an unbalanced session, which we definitely are, and we put in an excess, high or low, between 12 and 1, there's an extremely good possibility or probability that we'll exceed that excess at some point in the balance of the RTH session after 1 o'clock. It's exactly the same idea as the IB statistic, but it's built around 12 to 1 instead of the IB. And look at this damn thing go here. Now's the point when FOMO kicks in, you go, oh, I'm just shorting this goddamn thing. Damn thing, sorry. And who knows, you might, if I'd have done that right here, I'd be well past my profit down here. And why is this doing this? Because somebody's saying something, or the market is going, we don't like what you're saying, or, it's pretty mystical here to me. But here's what I'm talking about. We had 600 stops out there, 540 of them out here. What's going to be living down here? There's a gap high from the 13th. That had to be taken out. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. What's that? 13th, I guess. Well, I'm just going to get rid of that. Delete. I try not to delete anything in the heat of the moment. There we go. So, what is going to happen? What the hell do I know? Blue boy's on duty. I'm going to go for my walk. I'll be back close to 1 as I can get there. I'm pretty old, so, get off your duff and get out there and get some exercise. Rest your eyes, focus down the distance, get some UV. All that stuff is important. Boy, this is irritating. Okay. Can't watch, it just makes me mad. So good luck, and I'll be back in about an hour. All right, what happened now? Ooh, 1:30. Walk took longer than I thought. I monitored the stream on the phone. That was kind of interesting. Okay. So we're 1:30. We definitely had an extension or an excess in the 12 to 1 time frame, and the market is out of balance. So if you want to believe that statistic, we're going to take this level out sometime between now and the end of the day. Let me see here now. What has happened with my signals set up in the backtest rules? I don't know. Nothing as I expected. There was my trade, there was my stop, scratch, and no signals. So everything's as expected. Hot out there. However hot it is, I don't know, but probably 27 or 8 or something like that. Wow, it's approaching the 2 o'clock hour, huh? Sorry about that. All over the desk. Sorry. Okay. Oh, yeah, baby. I got just the thing that'll make you feel better. Daddy has it for you. Ah. Hmm. Sorry, I had the I had the mute off. I was adjusting the overhead lights on my upper monitors here in my rack. Ugh. Mm.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Whoa, baby, in the power hour. I was thinking if we were gonna, I was debating if I would take the next signal. Should we get it? We have an A and we have a B. And I'm looking for the trigger. Now, do I think the 12-to-1 stat is going to come to pass? I have no idea, but may not get a trigger. The trigger would be right up here at this outside edge, below the, in here somewhere. Looks like I missed it. They're not going to come up to the trigger. It's disappointing. Normally I go over the back testing and everything at this time of day, but I'm just going to keep my eye on the market here and rehydrate from that walk. That's too bad. I was looking forward to that trade, actually. It would fall in line with the context and with the 12 to 1 stat, but we didn't get the trigger. That's what happened. And I only take signals and I don't overtrade or chase. So, there you have it. Now I have to do some soul searching to think if I want to be involved in this after this. What do I think is going to be the case, up or down? You know? Assuming I have a trigger. My logic would be,
The IB low is taken.
and I got glue all over my hands. Great. My logic would be that the trade in the direction of the IB stat, or the 12-to-1 stat. Now it's 12-20, it's 14-20, right? So that's starting to be kind of a, that is starting to be a bit of a far-fetched deal there. I don't know what to think about that. I believe that a short from here would still be in line with context because we have been lower highs, lower lows until now, but I don't know. That's a pretty dicey call. I mean, assuming that I get one, assuming that I get the call, that the phone rings. Boy, I'll tell you, wouldn't it have been lovely to have another signal get on the short? There's been a lot of that lately, and I'm not sure what to do about it. Except, complain. I'm pretty sure I can do that. I am pretty sure I can do that. Been a real weird day, I gotta tell you. And it's entirely possible that this was the move, right? We sold off hard and we're right back up to essentially where we started. So that's not out of the realm of possibility either. That this is exactly the move that it's all the move we're going to get, maybe. She said. Boy, now you'd have to wonder about the range requirement, eh? Pick some obstacles. Holy. It looks like pavement right here. It's important though to, I mean, this is the pullback, the IB low pullback range, and this is the continuation range, these two here, but still, it's pretty busy looking in there. We got the previous high and the VWAP and the IB low and a couple of POCs and a Hardy high O silver. That's another thing to consider. The POC is right here. If you get a trigger, where are you going? Now we haven't really traded that POC up at all. We've got 8,300 here. Pretty unlikely that we'll get this thing to migrate down anywhere. Could go to, well, here's a 61. Oh, that's where it was before, okay. We're going to be at the final curve here, and I have a pretty unwritten rule of a hard stop at 230. As far as new entries. And this is all on the assumption of a, don't forget we've got 5 points between these levels here. I can't get any more out of it because of the frickin' range here. That's 2.5 points. VPOC migration up, it looks like, huh? $86, 88, or 88, 88, or 88, whatever. My eyes don't work anymore. 88, 88. Well, that's pretty funny. Have an 8. And we're building up here. We don't have too much further to go for the next tick up. I have kind of given up hope here on this short signal, mainly because here was okay. That made sense. We didn't get the extra point to get the signal, and would have been scaled, etc. Didn't get past the mid. Did a mid flip, and away we came. And very, very, very possibly we'll just wind it up around the open here and close it out. What do you think? You think you got some resistance right here or support? just look at the pullback zone. Well, there we have it, the final curve. 30 minutes till the cash close. So let's take a look at the recap. Well, here we are. There's the opening print. We took them south for some responsive selling to take a little profit, and then up we went. And then the speakers started coming in, and the rest is history. And here we are, and here we sit. I took one signaled IB continuation short, took a scratch. No problems, but would have been nice to have had the signal fire once again, so I would have been on that short. I was sitting here looking for it again. This is the there's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger scale. Didn't quite make the target, and there's the stop, and no trigger after that, because it certainly would have qualified for a short, and down you go. Over here I was thinking, well, here we go again. Here's a B. If we get up here for the trigger, will I take that short? This didn't make the short. Had it done so, that would have been a scale and pretty close to profit. So, let's this is the backtesting tab with my backtest rules here. I'll go over those another time. And I'm sure it gets monotonous to people that are here often to hear the same thing over again. So let's start with the here we are, pretty self-explanatory. The higher time frame chart, which is a micro composite, daily RTH session, and daily bars. There's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And here is the market profile. For news, what do we have for tomorrow? These are the reports. We got the Philly Fed, okay. Crude, balance sheet. Not really any numbers because the government is still playing hide and seek. Let's look at the week. Here's the big question mark. Are we going to have the non-farm payroll at 7:30 on Friday? It's been canceled for 2 weeks now. This we'll get. Who knows? Who knows? Financial juice is this was investing.com, by the way, and it's free. And I should also point out that we are in earnings season. It started this week with the financials. Investing.com, and then go to earnings calendar. You can filter it to your time zone, your country, your reports of interest, whatever you want to do. And it's free. My other source is the Financial Juice, which is also free. You can pay for it if you want to. This is the docket or the calendar, which I don't like as well as investing.com, just from a point of view of me reading it or screen snapping and posting it somewhere else. But it does have the kind of the squawk box feel over here. Ensuring continued accountability in federal hiring. Okay. So we'll see, this is where we'll see the, this is where we will see the market on close orders. And the market on close imbalance will be over here. Oops, wrong thing. Sorry about that. That's pretty much it for the, it's kind of a dud. We're selling off. We didn't get up to the trigger. That's a shame. I'm certainly not going to chase it or trade from the middle out without any kind of a verified signal. Nothing over here. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, so here we go. Stand by until 1450 when we get the market on close and balance, and then we'll wind it up. Now, as I said a long time ago, we do have the 12-to-1 stat queued up, and it looks like they're thinking that's a good idea. Remember that all of this stuff, remember your monkey mind, right? The FOMO, greed, chasing, desire to be right, all that stuff is baked into us for thousands of years. That's what kept us alive and our ancestors alive and alive enough to pass down their genes. So you're never going to get rid of that stuff, but you definitely have to recognize it and don't act on it. And it's so easy to be a rearview mirror trader. And that's stupid, but it's the stock and trade of the internet, folks. Most of them. And here we go. Will I chase that? Absolutely not. The 12-to-1 stat simply says that if we make an excess, high or low, between 12 and 1, which we did right there, that there's an extremely high probability that we will exceed that at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That would mean, if you want to believe that, this price right here is going to go down below. It's going to get below there in the next 22 minutes. 27, 28 minutes, whatever. Do I think so? Well, it looks pretty far-fetched to me. And I'm certainly not going to try it because it's got nothing to do with any of my signals and the further south we go, we're moving away from it. So I got nothing to do here. I've gone over the backtesting and the vetting and all that ad nauseum over these last few days, and I'm sort of I'm sure that the regulars here are probably tired of hearing about it. 10 minutes. Well, 9 anyway. The market on closing balance has been a much to do about nothing lately. Used to see volume liquidity stack in on either side of the bid and big swings with it. Now there's so much political risk and fluff flying around that real things that impact the market don't seem to matter as much. Unfortunately. I need to figure out what to do about an account now and how I'm going to approach trading. What do we suppose is happening with the market? Well, I'd say we've got high volume. What do you think? Yep. 149.8% above, or 149.9% of average volume, so way up there. There is our ATR. Five minutes. Like watching grass grow or paint dry or whatever they say. Grass dry and paint grow. Whatever. So it seems that Rhythmic is up and running okay. It activated a trade both ways. That's okay. Go away. I gotta figure out what to do about that thing. I don't know how to get rid of it. And 3 minutes. Oh, that's pretty big difference. And what I did over this on this side. All right, don't ask me what I'm doing. I'm just killing time here. I'm thinking. I click while I'm thinking. All right, we got a minute till the market on close. Imbalance. That'll show up right over here. Now you see some liquidity starting to fill in on either side of bid. Either side of the market right there. And there's some size. There's a buck and a $1.22, $1.26. And there we have the market on close imbalance. And see what I mean about nothing? Wow. Little piddly. Get bigger moves when that little blonde gal has a press conference, you know? I mean, it's crazy. I think there's no question about the fact that the market is paying a lot more the Democrats shut down. The Democrats didn't shut anything down. The majority in the House are Republican. I mean, you know, here's the market on close and balance. 1,429,000,000 sell side on the S&P 500. 69 million sell side NASDAQ, 613 million sell side Dow, and 286 million sell side Mag 7. 1,429,000,000 sell side S&P. You would think that means there would be that many contracts trying to sell at the close. Wouldn't you suppose it would move the market lower? I'm always amazed about that. But think about 1 billion contracts. Oh, think about that for a minute. 1 billion contracts. Think about the price. Think about the value of that at $12.50 per tick per contract. That's a lot. Well, there we are. I'd say that our chances of getting down to a new low are slim and none, but you never know. And you never know, they may run down there and put in a new one. But we've got 6 minutes to go, and I can tell you one person that's not going to be involved in that, if that's their plan, and that would be me. That would be me. Yeah, they're taking it down lower anyway. And about 3 minutes. So yeah, the stream, thanks for stopping by. Hit a thumbs up and a subscribe. I start the stream every trading morning at 0800 Central Standard Time for the pre-market and all of those things. And then I do the, we have the open, and it's streams live all day until 1500, just as today. So thanks a lot. It's my trading journal. It's completely transparent and fully accountable. So there you go. Unlike so much of the stuff on the internet or YouTube, it's the real deal. Remember that the most important bit of equipment you have in your office, your trading office, is you. That's the person sitting on the other side of the monitor there. Your brain, your eyes take in all of this input and stimulus, and you make decisions that regard your financial position based on that. So think about it. Spend a lot of time buying monitors or picking out the right monitor or the right keyboard or what trading platform. The most important thing you've got for trading is you. Your brain, your health. Stay hydrated, get plenty of rest, don't be on tilt. Recognize, be aware of yourself and your emotional state, your monkey mind. That's really important. We got about a minute here till the close. Liquidity's jamming in. And above all, get outside, get some fresh air, whatever it takes. Get soft focus your eyes. We sit and stare at these screens, and our eye muscles, the short focus eye muscles, are tense the entire time. If you want to see what that's like, clench your fists as hard as you can for an hour. And then think about your eyes for all day. The way to relax them is long focus down to the horizon or as far away as you can. Soft focus. Softer light, but UV is good. You know, evening or morning when the sun's not too bright or, you know, smack in your face, it's good to get some natural light and some UV. So there you go. And we got about 30 seconds here. And I'm ready for, I've been out for my noon 3 miles, and I'm gonna hit the shower and get going with soccer dad mode here and figure out what the hell I'm going to do about an account. I'll have to go over that tomorrow in the stream or put something in the description or whatever. I don't know. Make a separate short for it. I don't know. And boom, there we go. Yay, that's how I feel. So remember, get outside, do something for yourself. Thanks a lot for coming by. Smack a thumbs up. Subscribe. Drop something in the chat next time you're here. Let us know. Let me know who you are, where you're from. That's always interesting. Have a great night. I'll be back at 0800 in the morning.